Here we are!
Woo!
Yay! We're back. Hi, everyone.
Mute the stream. That's not something I need.
Mute stream, because who needs twice as much everything? Certainly not I with all of the everything I've got on my screen right now. How are you going, Sam?
I'm good. Sort of. I made the point when I shared the thing on Twitter, and I was like, I mean, I'm apprehensive about the coming conversation that Henry has to have with Ola. I can only imagine how Henry's sweating bullets.
Henry, well,
No,
is he though?
probably,
Is he? Does he think?
I think he feels like he fucked up, and he's sort of like, the more he thinks about it, he's like, no, that was, and then realizing that he's like not talked about stuff that's going on with him while actively saying,
yeah,
you need to. So he's, and then that coming straight off all the stuff that Neil said doesn't feel great.
That's a good point. There's a whole lot of stuff that has like just been dumped in Henri's lap.
Yeah.
To process and deal with and figure out, including like a conversation with Neil that didn't go too well, an offer that was presented that is tempting.
Well, his offer's just trouble.
Offers, it's all trouble. It's all trouble. Everything is trouble.
I love, just from like the game mechanic perspective, I guess, how like this whole thing where it's like he didn't tell Ola about this offer, and it's like probably he hasn't told anyone, but he's like he should have. But at the same time, the reason he hasn't told anyone is because during the times he was having conversation with those people, that offer narratively didn't exist. But then when it did exist,
yes,
it has always existed.
Yes.
And so you have to be like, well, okay, if that always existed, why weren't you talking about it before? And it's like,
find reasons.
On the meta level, the character's just like, oh fuck, come on. I didn't have it before, and now it's all. God damn it.
Character says, excuse me, you were the one. I saw you play that trouble token. Yeah. I saw you do it. I saw you create this issue for me. Now you fix it.
Hey.
And to that we say, c'est la vie.
It's not called a convenience token.
Bonne chance, Henri. Bonne chance. Meanwhile, Ola is like totally fine. That's it. That's all I had to say. I'm done.
Just chilling like a villain.
Just chilling like, well, not like a villain, like a person who really like needs a break. Just needs a rest.
There's a lot of stuff that's happened.
There's a lot that's happened, and realistically, at the end of the day, their drinking habit is getting in the way of everything else that they're trying to do.
I like that we refer to it as a habit and not a problem.
It's a habit. It's a habit. It happens so it's just a hobby, They're drinking hobby.
I've got a terrible drinking hobby.
I've got this hobby that I'm really struggling with, and it just happens all the time. Yeah. They got rid of, all of the alcohol that they could think of. Their lockers cleaned out. Their house was cleaned out. They hit up all the main spots.
Yeah.
And just got rid of all the backup booze, which is going to make the next few days painful.
Yeah.
Seriously painful.
I've not detoxed from an alcohol addiction before, but I hear it's not fun.
It's not. It's a mess. It's really, really heckin' messy. And they are hoping that they can just do it. They haven't asked anyone for help. Henri said that he will help. Does Henri know anything about how to help someone with an addiction? Like, deal with that? No.
Sure,
Has Henri done a cursory Google? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's like well, from my Googling, I can tell you it's rough.
I can tell you it's hard because, like, you know, Google said it's hard.
Yeah, that's all it said. It was just top
Google's-
top thing.
Top comment.
Sucks.
It sucks. Like 2 X's. It
Yeah.
sucks.
Thanks, Google.
Thanks, Google. Thanks, like, you know, cusp of manhood, man. Good job. You did a Google.
Oh, look at you using Google.
We're so proud of you. Not seeking out any more intense resources. I don't know. Study is a lot of work too. I can't blame them for it. I can, but you know, I'm not outwardly going to. Other than the disdain in my tone now.
Oh God.
So,
I gotta start putting clips from this up on TikTok again.
Yeah. Well, look. Here we are. How does this game start? What are the opening credits? Have we reached
opening credits?
Have we reached the point where it's like there are no opening credits? It's the scene is happening with the names just turning up and like.
We had that for the closing credits. I think we still got the opening credits because we've still got to like.
Got probably another.
Focus on the Ash Point campus more this time around.
Yeah.
And so
with
obviously
fancy resources.
Sweeps through the city. It just like briefly goes past New Crest and South Beach, but as we sort of touched on originally, the Ash Point campus does look kind of similar to the Dockside campus in that they're both this sort of like old brick. Obviously, like, you know, suggesting both these places have been around for a while. But whereas the Dockside, being based just from its location, all of its stuff is just like ingrained with just smoke, and like all the brick is stained, and the Ash Point still looks it looks pristine, not pristine, but like well cared for. It's got a lot of like you know, all the brick is quite red. All the everything about it, you know, screams legacy. Everything about it. We've talked about the big statue of the founder, who was obviously also a fencer, so they've got the foil, and one of the boots is more polished because there's a tradition to touch the. Everyone walks in. We see like there's people in the same way that you might wear like a varsity jacket or something like that, or the Letterman or whatever it was. They're allowed to wear their foils, which I think is really silly. But it's so dumb. But it makes me.
It's stupid, but it's this is the kind of environment we're in now.
Yeah. So they can wear their foils like a small sword.
Yes.
I guess it's a status symbol. So you just see people just randomly wearing a sword on the thing, like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how you know who the elites are. Really, is like they have a permit within the city to be wearing swords.
Yeah. It's like,
you know.
So if you're on the top team, then You get that's what you got. That's your sort of
No,
the
I don't
prestige.
think it's to do with the top team. I don't think it has anything at all to do with whether or not they're actually good at playing. I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that the school is willing to pay for them to be able to bear
So it's just there's
weapons.
only one team. If you're on the team, you get the sword.
If you're in that school,
Yeah, if you're at Ash Point.
I feel like
I
if
mean-
you're at Ash Point, you are on a fencing team,
Yeah.
and so you get to wear your sword.
Okay.
But the best fencers will have something special. Like they'll have like, I don't know, their hilt will have
Yeah.
something on it to designate.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying like the best ones are the ones who get to wear it. Just around.
Oh no, I was thinking everyone gets to wear it, but like everyone in the university theoretically can. The team members have it plus, and so anyone in
I do
in
kind of
that
like that
town,
visual. It's
in that
just
whole
like,
town.
yeah. It's just everyone at this goddamn school is wearing a. Like, it's not even it's a fencing foil. It's like,
And it's like Food Wars where anyone can challenge anyone at any time.
oh god,
It's
Oh,
that. It's
God.
that situation.
this school sounds awful.
This school at one point would have been Ola's dream.
Oh,
If just consider
there's a spin-off show which is just focused solely on Ash Point, and it's just
Mhm.
Food Wars but with swords.
Sword
which means
Wars.
it's Sword Wars, Foil Wars,
Or
Foil X War.
Foil X War, or it's just like Food Wars, but like the side of the school that you never see, the ones that are very much more focused on like how do you protect the food once you've made it, and it is just the Foil Wars.
If they do a really good lunge,
everyone's
clothes come off.
I was making a
You
pun.
know,
I was making a pun. Foil Wars. Tin foil.
oh,
Alfoil Wars.
I didn't even. It went.
I know.
That.
I know. That's why I had to call it out and make it less funny.
Had to like, right, we're gonna reverse back.
I had to make it less funny in order to make sure that you understood
No,
that
no,
I was.
Yeah, no,
funny.
I appreciate it. I
Thanks.
appreciate having that pointed out to me.
Thank you. Thank you. It's important to me.
We see the arrows training.
Mm-hmm.
With all their fancy. So they've got stuff. Like there's obviously just like expensive gear. I don't like
I imagine Jade is wearing a VR headset.
Yeah, they've got like, but there's like
fencing.
sensors all over like everything. They're like, they've got like, you know, some of them are going into like I guess these mannequin or like target dummies. Yeah. And there's like everything's connected to something. So there's people looking at computers, and so there's a whole bunch of people just like going through the data, and so there's like people specific. There's people just like you'll see them doing something, and they'll go to the computer, and someone will be like, "Well, you see this, and this, and this," and I'm like, "Okay."
Let's also not forget Jade goes here.
Yeah.
So, whatever we think of Jade, whatever we think of this school, imprint Jade on that.
That's the thing. Like it is very like there's a degree of like this is ridiculous.
Yes.
Particularly as an outsider looking in.
Yes.
But it's kind of like Ash Point has earned the right to be ridiculous.
Yes,
essentially.
Sucks.
They are consistently more often than not the overall champion. They are consistently putting out great on academics. On the academic side, they're consistently doing fantastically. So like it's like they've kind of earned the right to be eccentric.
Yeah.
They're like they're weird and eccentric, but they get results.
Exactly. And it sucks and it's unfair, frankly.
And you're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
And some of that is just money. Like they've got money to throw at a thing.
I hate it when that's the thing, really. When that's the delineator, it's like you have money.
Yeah.
Can I have money? No.
If I had money, I could.
If I had money, I could also have fancy resources.
What was that? I'm trying to.
Maybe next week.
I remember there being I think it was like a Warhammer 40,000 short story or something, and there's like the guardsmen talking, and they're like, "Oh, but this is a battle, and the Space Marines are doing really well. We're getting crushed." He's like, "You give me power armor and a bolt, and I'll fucking show you how good we can do.
Yeah.
I've got a T-shirt and a flashlight. We're getting crushed."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the one. That's exactly it.
And like, and that's the other thing is like, as we've talked about, like Jade definitely gets a lot out of
Yeah.
that. Like she's definitely skilled enough to utilize everything that's there.
Yes.
And there are other people there who are also skilled enough to get that, but it's not everyone.
It's not everyone. And even then, Jade doesn't want to go pro. Jade just wants to like enjoy the journey.
Yeah.
So they'd be playing with that stuff, but not doing anything with it.
Not like they could utilize it to the absolute top of their
Yes.
potential. They're getting a lot out of it, but it's like
getting a lot out of it,
more.
but it's more for fun.
Yeah.
I can imagine that they would bring like Ola on campus to play with it, but Ola's not allowed to be there alone, so it's like,
yeah,
it's one of those things where like you can rent it out and then just play.
Is Jade's like degree in tech in some way?
I would imagine so.
Is there like an element of just getting to play with the tech is cool?
I would imagine so. I would say that Jade is the sort of person who would get raucously, uproariously drunk, but then be like studying engineering, because that's just kind of the vibe.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably like a lot of people like that. You know, it's like, oh, that person who's just every night you see them getting drunk. What are they going for? It's like, oh, in like 15 years they're going to be a judge. You're like,
yeah, exactly.
Yep, cool.
That's it. It's like at some point we will find Jade in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
And they'll have a multi-million-dollar fencing company. Like, and it just will actually be a fencing company, but it's about fencing tech, and they sell the fencing tech.
Oh.
And that is Jade. Like that's Jade 100%.
Yeah.
But for now, they love drinks, drugs, sex, and playing with the tech they have available to them for free.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that's Ash Point then.
That's Ash Point.
Yeah.
And then obviously we see Dockside.
Mm-hmm.
We see the demons. Mm-hmm. We see the demons lined up against the arrows. There's a clash of foil, which leads us to our title card of Foil Ambition.
Yes.
Foil X Ambition.
Foil X Ambition.
Foil's Ambitions? No.
Foil
Exhibition?
Foil Exhibition.
Foil Exhibition. Exhibition.
Foil Exhibition.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There's a lot of debate in the fandom how to pronounce the title.
Yeah.
No
Foil
one's
Ambition,
correct.
Foil X Ambition, Foil's Ambition.
Yeah.
Foil's Ambition.
You gotta make it sound like that. It's like they say like Foil Ambition.
Foil's Ambition. Anyway, I feel like now we're being silly. Someone has to stop this, and it will not be me.
Yes. Now we're being silly.
You have a couple of years on me. You be mature and responsible. I'm not.
No. No, that's topic. We're going into daily life.
Going into daily life.
Scenes.
Wait, what's the day been? Well, actually, we're just picking up, really. I
feel like there's like.
Yeah. I can't think of anything that would be
in the car, which is where we left off last episode. And they've been sort of trying to remember what we said. I think it's been like a quiet car ride. They're sort of arriving at the player house, or whatever. They haven't really said anything. It's just sort of like, Henry's just in his own head. All the stuff that happened that day is just spiraling and swirling, and part of him's trying to make sense of it, and part of him's just trying to like. Part of him is realizing that, you know, places where he messed up, and he's trying to, and is also wanting to, like, he wants to say something, wants to talk to Ola about it, but like is trying to sort of like sort out his thoughts before starting, and it's just like it's not being very successful at doing that. And so they sort of pull up, and they're sort of just sitting there. I messed up. Today. Well, recently. I want to apologize for that. A lot of... I just wasn't thinking. I mean... After my match with Neil, I shouldn't have said anything to you until after your match. I shouldn't have said something. You had a match. I didn't even.
Forget it.
No. There were people. You're working on going pro. There were people there, and I didn't even. It's like I was just in this haze. I couldn't believe after what he'd done, and then I went to. I just wanted to talk to him, try and figure out what was going on. It was like I was talking to someone else. Like, it wasn't Neil. And it feels like it felt so sudden, but then talking to him, it feels like it's been brewing for a while. I had no idea. But that's not, that's not even the worst part. Like, I literally, we literally just talked about you opening up to me, about letting me help, letting me be a support, and I've not been doing that with you. I didn't even I've been offered, Friedrich offered me at the party, he's got some training camp or something next year. I've not even started to think about it. I didn't want to think about it. I wanted to get to the end of the tournament, so I didn't think about it. And I've realized that in doing that, I've not told anyone. I didn't mean to, but
Congratulations.
I should have. Doesn't feel. I don't know. I don't know if I want it. I don't know if it's...
Isn't it what you want? Isn't
I
it
don't
what
know. I only started fencing this year, and it wasn't out of a desire, and it seems insane that I'm getting the attention that I'm getting. Neil was so angry. It felt...
What for?
I don't know. Like, he'd put in so much work, and then I just sort of rocked up and have all this attention handed to me.
Oh.
Like, I don't know if this is something I want to do professionally. I don't know. That's why I didn't want to think about it. And it's in a different country, but it'd mean moving for like most of next year. I couldn't... I'd have to take a break from my studies.
Where is it?
Germany. And it's a long way. That's part of why I didn't want to think about it. Because, like... he didn't put like a deadline. Like, he was like, yeah, there's plenty of time to think about it. But then Lena turns up, and she starts... feels like she's pressuring me, and she, is it me or is she a bit handsy? Because it's one thing at the party, but then after Neil, I didn't even realize she was holding me until I tried to leave. And that's just weird. Now I'm wondering if it's some kind of ploy. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. I'm sorry I dumped problems on you just before a match.
Okay.
We just got into the finals. Should be celebrating. And
Yeah.
feel like I've just taken the wrong step every point this day.
Well, all you can do is try again tomorrow. Right?
Yeah, I suppose. You were spectacular, though, in your match.
Yeah, I was. Thank you for telling me. I guess tell me when you decide what you're going to do.
Oh, I think that will be another discussion before I have that. I'm not going to make that decision without talking to you more, or to family. You know, I asked why they wouldn't, if they were going to ask you. Lena said that you probably wouldn't respond well to the training. Which just makes me think that they have a very specific idea of how they want to mold people. I was inspired by Friedrich because I wanted to feel what seems like he was feeling, but I don't know if I want to be him.
That's why you started.
It's not why I continued.
Well, why did you continue?
A lot of reasons. The realization that I'd been so passive in my life. Getting to fence with you. The passion and joy and freedom that Friedrich seemed to have when he fenced, I don't know if I have that if I'm not fencing with you. I don't know if there's a point to fencing if it's not with you.
You can't just fence with me.
I don't mean against you, though that's fun as well.
I decided not to go to Ash Point.
Oh. How come?
I'm too good for them.
That is very true.
That's just what it is. If you don't want to be passive, maybe think about talking to Lena.
Yeah. I need to do that. You're not wrong. I don't know if I gave her the wrong impression, or maybe I'm just misreading the whole situation.
People want what they want, and they'll assume they can have it unless they're told otherwise.
I suppose that's fair. We're in the finals.
Yep. We're in the finals.
The last chapter of the Demon's Revival that apparently you and I are spearheading.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. It's good. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. I should. Thanks. For everything.
Ola's not going to bed.
Oh, I mean,
In case anyone couldn't tell.
Just to be clear.
Just to be incredibly clear, Ola's not going to bed. Ola spent the last 10, 15 minutes thinking, I want to drink, 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 I want to drink. They were half listening to what was said to them. They heard all of the important points. They were like pulled out of their mindset enough to identify what was happening. But on the twin points of, is Lena a bit handsy? And oh yeah, so it's in Germany, this place I'm going to. Between those two things, Ola sort of mentally drifted. Just out of the scene. It's like it's almost like the camera just it was almost exactly a
Brain just starts running through a checkpoint of the various places you could buy alcohol at this time and within a certain radius.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Because I think that there is still alcohol in their car.
Oh.
I don't think that they got rid of all of it. And I think that the last 10, 15 minutes have been realizing that fact and just thinking and looking, essentially just looking at the glove box while Henry's been there talking is just like, this is my focus now. This is what I'm looking at. I am looking at this thing.
Are we spending a trouble token? Feels like we're spending a trouble token.
I don't even know what the trouble would be. I'm creating the trouble for my own character.
The trouble is that there's alcohol right there.
There is alcohol right there. I mean, I don't know what the trouble is that comes from that, because realistically speaking, there is time between now and the finals for Ola to be like, oh yeah, look, I shouldn't have had that. But I don't know what the trouble is that comes from that, because that in itself is problematic, but it's not trouble.
Fair.
It's existing. I would spend a trouble token for Henri though. In the sense that very clearly Olayemi may not have been paying attention to all of that. And that the situation is not resolved. But to what degree, do not know.
As in, the trouble being that Henry's like, we talked about that, that was good, or it's like Henry noticing this, like, I don't think she was paying attention to what I was saying.
I feel like that side of it is kind of up to you. Like, one of the things that has been very consistent is Henry not noticing things, and I don't know whether there is more trouble to him noticing something than there is to him not noticing something. I don't know which one is more narratively interesting at this point. Like, if the first time he's actually noticing and actually paying attention is, oh, hang on,
Yeah.
This isn't good. There's something interesting in that, but I don't know if it's more interesting for him to be like, great, we fixed that.
Yeah.
Because either way, for Ola, the situation isn't resolved. They did not accept an apology. They did not say anything. They didn't give any information. They didn't say like how they felt about really anything that was said. Even like we're in the finals. Nothing.
Yeah.
It was blank it was blank slate. So I guess the question, that's the trouble that I'm offering, is either didn't notice something or did notice something, and I don't know which one it is. And there's trouble to be had in either direction.
I think I think he would have noticed, because he doesn't. It is that he doesn't notice things, but it's like when he is actually focused on the situation, he will pick up on stuff. So he doesn't notice things mainly because if he's not paying attention to something or he's not being conscious of it. But once he is being conscious of it, he's a lot more like able to notice things. So I think it is that he's sort of noticing that it's like this conversation isn't like they're not as engaged in this conversation as you might think they should be, and it's like there would certainly be an issue there. I think I've got. I don't think I. Yeah, I've got. I don't have fight to gain, but that's fine.
I have no. You can spend a fight to manipulate that trouble.
I'm thinking about it.
I don't know how you would manipulate it or what the.
Well, the thing is, like, I'd have to manipulate it so it goes. It ultimately is a positive thing, essentially.
Yeah.
By spending the fight.
What I will say is what Ola intends to do next, knowing that they've got something in the glove box. They intend to park the car, and then take that nice flask of whatever it is they happen to have, or bottle of whatever it is they happen to have. Something high proof, I imagine. Something shot worthy, really. And then go like on a long walk to the cemetery. Where they're going, I would imagine Henri wouldn't necessarily know that that's what they're doing. But if the trouble is, oh yeah, I'm going to manipulate it such that Henri does check, that would be a way to make it, if not good, then more positive. But they would have a head start.
Yeah.
Unless Henri is like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, let me accompany you to go to this thing.
What if, like, I mean, and I don't know if you want to do that as a scene or as like a vignette. But what if it you know, when they do get home, it's sort of, they get home to a kind of impromptu intervention.
To Ola?
Yeah.
Are you offering me a trouble token for Ola to come home to an intervention?
No, I'm offering...
Because that's what that would be for Ola.
But
that turns the trouble token from Henri into an Ola token.
But I'm wanting to spend fight on it as well.
You're wanting to spend fight... That is one of Ola Yemi's worst nightmares.
Fair.
Is their mum finding out that they have been drinking this heavily and this consistently.
Yeah. But is it a situation where it's like, because as I said, it's like it's alternately positive, not immediately positive? Is it a thing of like, this is
I
horrifying?
don't even know if that would be an ultimately positive thing for Ola. I don't know if it would be an ultimately positive experience for Ola. Just this is one of those weird cultural things where I'm like, black family, nah, man, that there's nothing about that's positive. Nothing
Sure.
about that's for years. Nothing about that's positive because her mum might respond to it positively or negatively, but either way there is shame that's involved in it.
Sure, right.
And so the shame that wraps up in it, there's a difference between the two. The way that a black family would deal with it and the way that a white family would deal with it, so vastly different. Like if my parents, even now, I am an absolute adult. I am a full grown woman.
Yeah.
My parents would be like, I would fear the response from my parents.
Sure.
At this tender age of 35.
Yeah.
I would fear the response from my parents if they found out. So it's the sort of thing I would hide.
Right.
And if I'm afraid of it now, I could imagine like a 19-year-old would be.
Yeah.
It's like, because the question goes, what about your grades? What about your future? Aren't you a fencer? We need to stop this. And then it becomes okay, we're locking down everything until you are clean. Which, yes, good. Fit outcome, good. Practically speaking, the way that it would be done would potentially be handled so poorly that is what Ola avoids. I'm not saying that I wouldn't take a trouble token for it.
Sure. No, I
wouldn't take it off the back of offering a trouble token.
No, absolutely fair. Yeah. I was thinking of it as in like using the fight token to ultimately have it be a thing. But as you're saying,
I mean,
that's not how that would play out. And that's
you could use it to such that when Ola gets back, he's sitting on the doorstep or something. Like he can be waiting.
Yeah, no, and that's
just
sort
not
of where I was
inside
thinking,
the house.
Yeah. What if instead of the mum, it's Jade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as the mum doesn't know, as long as the sibling doesn't know, then yeah. That's reasonable.
So we'll do however you want to play out the scene, or as I said, or the vignette with. But I think we have it that when you go to leave the cemetery, at like the entrance for the cemetery, is Henry and Jade.
Okay. What, as in they're there or they're back at home?
No, I think. Well, I
don't know how long Henri would need to follow to know that that's where they're going. I don't know. I haven't really considered. Like, oh yes, it's just on a hill that's visible from the house. Like I didn't consider that would be a thing.
Would it be a thing that they might know that that's where they would?
I actually don't know that Ola would tell anyone.
Sure.
That's where their mum might know, but only from a safety perspective of like, well, where were you? Seeing Dad.
Yeah.
Henri would probably know that on occasion Ola takes time away from everything and their phone tends to be off and they tend to just be quiet about it. Sure. And he might suspect, but I don't think he would know.
Okay. Yeah, it can just be near Ola's home.
Yeah.
They probably would know well enough not to not get the their mum involved. So.
Or like that's last resort. Like I'm not saying it couldn't happen in this game.
Yeah,
I'm saying it would be. It's one of those things.
That's not the purpose of like what they're trying to do now. But like so they might sort of they wouldn't like go into the home. They might just be near. So it's like, we'll have to come past here or something to get to us. on their
Yeah,
way back,
right.
no matter wherever they are. So that makes more sense.
Yeah. Could even just be like if it's a driveway parked car now, like just sit on the bumper or whatever.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, as we see Ola, Henry's gotten out of the car, Ola's driving off, and there's a moment, and then Henry sort of pulls out his phone and he calls someone, obviously Jade, but we don't see that conversation. We just sort of we just follow Ola.
Who takes the bottle out of the glove box? Parks the car. Absently takes a swig. Then consciously takes a swig. Grabs their stuff out of the car as if to go inside, and then turns and heads to the cemetery. Their dad passed away. He was in an accident of some kind. Car accident, probably. Something like that. It's never a drinker. It's not, there's no connection there.
Sure.
But they originally Ola and Henri originally started fencing because Dad was a fencer. That's Ola's connection to it. Is like, if my dad can do it, I can do it.
Right.
And so their dad is kind of their hero, like in the same way that Henri has Friedrich, Ola has their dad. And I think Coach Turner and their dad would have been acquainted. They'd have known each other. They were friends. So for Ola, the relationship with their coach it's not the same, but it is similar.
Sort of like honorary uncle kind of thing.
Yeah. Godfather kind of vibes.
Yeah.
So of all the people that might know that she comes here, it would probably be him more than anyone.
Yeah.
And it's entirely possible that he comes here as well, sometimes with Ola. Like I think of anyone that would know, probably him. And it's been a long time, not years, but considering Ola tends to just like, in this weird way, like go and update Dad on what's been going on over the week, fortnight kind of thing. It's been a couple months since they've, I say a couple, it's been since they started drinking.
Yeah.
What was that called?
Oh, sorry, mate. Had something in my eye. I think I got like an eyelash or something. And I was just like, cried.
Get out of my face.
Yeah.
But I think they'd take the bottle and look at it, look at the grave, and the way that I've sort of imagined their dad's grave is like, you've got the stone that says all of the standard stuff, but then next to it they've planted a foil bucket up so that they could then plant flowers in it. and let it grow as a creeper. So they're growing it as a creeper. But his foil has been stabilized and put in there with like, extra stands to help hold it up.
Yeah. Probably some weight, so it's not someone can't just like take it.
Yeah, exactly. Some weight. It's like almost cemented in there.
Yeah.
And been like secured to the stone, the headstone. And Ola basically just goes sits on the grave, legs crossed, doesn't pour one out because it's bad alcohol. It's not worth it. It's not good quality alcohol, and that feels, based on everything that I just said about the culture of black culture and parents finding out that you're drinking. Ola knows, like from a cultural and religious standpoint, Dad knows. Dad's the only one that they can talk to about it, really.
Just quickly, given what Sirenscape's doing, I'm assuming it's raining.
It is raining, yeah.
Does Ola have an umbrella, or is Ola just
getting wet?
Just getting wet. Just getting rained on.
Getting rained on. And it's convenient because they're probably crying. So it's like, I'll just... Rain hides all things. It's fantastic. Rain, it smells strong, so it hides the smell of booze. Rain is wet, and so are tears. It's perfect. It's a good time, in the most sarcastic of senses. But talking to their dad, they say, sorry I haven't been here for a while, long time. It's been a while. I just kind of lost my way, you know. Do you remember Henri? Yeah, you remember Henri because you remember Henri because you would. He picked up a foil. You'd be proud of him. I am. I'm proud of him. He's good. When I was little, you said that things would come at me and I couldn't prepare for them. I just had to know that I could handle them. And then you died, and I had to practice that. And now I don't know how to deal with so many other things because I've never needed to. And I was too young when you left. I was too young to ask any of the questions that I have now. And I don't know if you would even have the answers to them. Like, how do you love? Like, what do you do? Like, how do you make that work? Because I love him, Dad. I love him so much. It feels like my heart's gonna like explode out of my chest, but I guess part of it's knowing. Well, the question is, I don't even know what the question is. Like, how do I love him more than I love fencing? He wouldn't make me stop. There's no way he'd make me stop. And I'm not talking about that, but it's more like all these questions and all of these ideas and offers, they're coming up fast. They're coming at me fast, Dad. And that's good. I'm good. But like, how do you make shit work? Sorry for swearing, but I'm a grown-up now. Like, that's just how it is. It's easier. It's easier to drink, you know? Because the path's blurry. And I might be on the right path, and so that would be great, but if I'm on the wrong path, it's blurry, so it kind of looks like it could be the right path, so like maybe just... I don't know what to do, Dad. I know I need to stop, but I don't know what to put in its place, and I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I'm a good fighter. I'm a good fighter, and I get that from you, and that's great. I want what you and Mum had, and I don't know how you did it. And you weren't around long enough for me to see how you did it, so I could copy it, and I don't know. Wasn't even supposed to have this. I poured everything else out, you know. Got rid of it. Stupid. When we're fencing, when I'm fencing, it's like you're there too. It's like you're holding my hand, showing me where to go, what to do. But I don't always have a foil in my hand, Dad. I don't know what else to do when I'm not fencing. I'll try to visit more often. I'm sorry. At least the flowers are blooming nicely. It's good. Need a bit more water. I'll maybe next time I'll come with a bottle of water. night, Dad. And they get up and head home. Slowly.
Slightly wobbly.
Slightly. Very, very slightly. I don't think they'd... I think for them, the drink is to take the edge off. Yes, it's a lot of alcohol, but it's not...
That's fair.
Tolerance is high.
Yeah.
So... Or
If
tolerance
anything,
is higher. If anything, they're less wobbly and...
less shaky.
Yeah. Less shaken, less shaky.
When you get... yeah, as you sort of get home. Now, did you park the car at home and walk to the yeah. So as you're walking back home, you see is the car like there's like an undercover thing, or is the car sort of just getting...
I would imagine it's an undercover
right
situation.
So sitting on the car, just out of the rain, you see Henry and Jade. And as you approach, Henry opens an umbrella and walks up to you.
Is something wrong? Something happened? What's wrong? What's going on?
We just had a conversation. And I talked about another woman getting a bit handsy, and I talked about us getting into the finals, and I talked about how you were absolutely spectacular in your match. And you didn't respond to any of it. Ola, I know, would have opinions. And if I've noticed anything in these last little while, is that when you check out like that, well, the next step was drinking. Which is fine. It's nothing but support. But you need more support than just me. Sort of indicates I have often said of our little group that there are few things, few issues, few obstacles that you could put any two of us up, paired up, and you'd be hard pressed finding something we couldn't overcome. Three of us? Forget about it. And I would have said that with all four, well, just unstoppable. I don't know if we have all four at the moment. We damn sure have three of us. There's nothing we can't tackle with 3 of us.
This isn't something that you need to tackle.
And say I was going to do it. I said I was there for support. And if you have the support of both of us, because you need to understand that you're not alone in this. Because we, before anything else, are your friends. Jade loves you, and I in particular love you.
I don't need an intervention right now. That's what this is, isn't it? I don't need this.
Then we can just hang out.
Right after a match? In the rain.
What? Anywhere you want.
Jade, what did he tell you?
That I should come round? That things hadn't gone great with Neil. And that apparently I've been a bit laxed. He didn't say that.
Lax in what?
I should have noticed.
No.
I mean, I kept taking you drinking to the distraction.
You were doing your best. If you're always doing your best. That's
Yeah, well, we're gonna do better now.
it's okay. You should both go home.
If that's what you want, that's okay.
I don't know what I want. She hands the bottle to Jade. And says, "It's not worth drinking. But you're welcome to it."
I don't imagine there's actually much left in the bottle. It's sort of degree of like,
There's a couple shots.
yeah, it's just like,
It's not like they've been drinking it. They've had the whole thing today. It's just this is
yeah,
in the bottle.
yeah.
It's yeah, it's shitty, but it's shitty, but it's mine. Thank you both, but I'm just gonna go to bed now.
Okay. Both of us are here. Whenever you need us.
Yeah. Don't tell my mom.
Do I look like an idiot?
You called Jade.
So that was Jade.
Then my response.
So it's like, do I look like an idiot?
Yes.
I mean, him. Yeah, sure, maybe. I'll make sure.
This time they do go inside and throw up for a bit and then go to bed. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there is a case to be made for if Henry wants to stay, they wouldn't be like, no, get out. If Jade wanted to stay, they wouldn't be like, no, get out. But to them, they don't know what to say to any of this. They don't know what to do in response to any of this. There is so much information in their head, like swimming through their head from like everything that's happened on this like 6-hour period of time. And so they're just like, crawl into bed. Just go bed, hide under cover.
I think like Henry might stay. There's a degree of like, but like I think they just sleep. Like it's just okay.
Just to cap off the saddest story, at the point where Ola thinks Henri's asleep, whether or not he is, don't know. But at the point where they think he is, they do just have a little cry.
I think doesn't say anything. It just holds her a little tighter. so tempted to spend a drop token.
Do it. Do it. What? Wait, did I get... I feel like I deserve a fight token out of that. I have no idea what just happened. I offered a fight
Because you
token.
mentioned siblings.
They have one younger sibling. Who, I mean, it is not... When I say, like, Henri can stay over, this is a well-established thing of their parents being
I'm
like,
not saying
make
that
it
part.
happen.
I'm not. I'm saying this like after that whole conversation between Jade and Henry and Ola, and then there's like we sort of pan out and see that the sibling has heard everything.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would take a trouble.
It was just
for
sort of
that.
like there, like
Yeah.
Henry and Jade didn't go into the house, so. But like it was like an open window or something, and the siblings hear everything.
Call the sibling Ash, short for Ashanti.
That was two scenes, and I feel like
Heavy.
Goddamn.
What?
Oh, I just
You dropped the pen.
Like didn't stab myself in the leg, but whacked myself in the leg, and the pen went flying. I was like, no, no.
Try not to stab yourself in the leg.
The pointy part was not out, so we're fine.
I see.
God. I think I want to take a quick break.
Yeah.
Just to get more water.
Yeah.
And then we'll need to think if there's an event that's going to take place.
I feel like there has to be with the final coming up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like some kind of like
it would be like finals coming up, but also end of semester. So like exams are coming up, and so it's like post-exam, pre-final. Like
there could also be like some thing that the two finalist teams get to do, or like there might be a media thing or some traditional thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have it. We'll let's have a break and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. And
So I was saying how this reminded. I had hail recently, and the Sirenscape was reminding me of that because But like I actually got a call from my mom because I was playing a game, and at the moment it started, we were about to go into like the boss fight, and it was like because of the headphones and it just sounded like it just made it sound like kind of like warped and wet, and I was like, that's appropriate for this moment. And then my mum called and I went, oh okay. I took my headphones off and went, oh, the sound didn't stop.
Sound is still
I was
going.
like, oh, that's a storm. And I was like, hey, it's hailing. Is your car outside? And I went, is it? And I looked out the window and went, oh god. So I rushed out to put shoes on, and then it was coming down so much, I couldn't see out the window. Everything was just white.
It was just it was bad.
It was just like I couldn't see my neighbors. It was just like this hazy sort of white. And I was like,
yeah.
Apparently we're in Silent Hill now. I don't know what.
That's creepy. Wait, so hang on. What weather is it? Where are we? What's happening? What's the environment?
We've done the day. Like we can move on to if we have like an event. I think there probably is an event.
I think there would have to be an event. Let's have it rain slightly less, or not less, just quieter. What's the vibe? So there's a couple of things that would happen. There has to be some kind of function for the finalists before it happens.
Yeah. There'd be some kind of media thing.
Here's a question I have. Which school, if any, would Friedrich actually be most associated with? Like, who would you have seen Friedrich playing with?
Didn't we establish he was an ex-demon?
He was an ex-demon? Okay.
I think he was part of the last time the demons were seen as.
I thought that was Coach Turner, but it is good to know.
Oh, maybe.
I didn't think he was a demon. The way that he acts isn't demonic, if you will. And I think.
Oh, you might be.
Because
you might be right. I might be conflating. I might be confusing the two.
Yeah, especially since I think Ola would be a lot more scoffing of his behavior if he was an ex-demon. of Henri's behavior if he was an ex-demon, because he would have just been there for an exhibition match for nothing. Like he wouldn't be there as like, we're famous. He'd be like, Henri would have seen Friedrich play before. If that were the case. So he can't be an ex-demon.
That's a good point. And also, I think it makes more sense if it's the coach, because that means it's been longer.
Yes.
Since their heydays. That makes a lot. I think I am mixing that up. I think I thought he still had local ties, but it might have just been his connection with the coach. It might have been just that they were friends.
I thought they were rivals, but at the same time, I don't think
they were rivals professionally,
but
I think
in the same generation.
But I think they were like friend. They were friendly rivals.
Yeah. Yeah. So, more so than Neil.
I mean,
as far as we know,
there's a lot to unpack with Neil.
There's a lot.
Dude's got some stuff. I don't know. He might want to talk to a therapist.
He has some things to communicate. He might be. That might be why there's an issue now. Is that he's actually been like offloading, and is now like, holy shit, I've been so resentful, and my resentment isn't gone.
God, we're gonna like a year later he comes back and he's just like, hey, that was bad. I was putting a lot of like blame on you for these reasons, and
and it turns out I was right. You're a problem.
And yeah, I've really thought about it.
A lot of problems, because realistically speaking, it can't just be him.
Sure.
that's
we
kind of how it is. So it's one of
we've
those things where
we've
it's
already
like,
talked we just today talked about
yeah,
Henry's obliviousness.
yeah, and it's kind
So
of it's one
like
of those things where it's like, yes, I'm a problem. The problems that I have is like, feeling insecure because other people seem. It seems really important that other people like look after my interest, but you also didn't pay attention to me and give me what I was asking for. When I did manage to ask, you didn't give me what I was asking for. You're
yeah.
oblivious. And so it's that double-sided thing.
Yeah. We also talked about this bit over the week where it's like a lot of
Yeah.
the issues is like both of them have a very different viewpoint of like what their relationship was like growing up.
Yes.
Like, you know, Neil feeling like he was looked down on and stuff where like, and that Henry didn't work hard, where Henry was like, wow, I was working so hard it was unhealthy. But also like I idolized Neil. Like
Yeah.
Neil was fucking like the example of which to be.
And that's the thing. Like if there's idolizing going on both sides or pedestalizing going on both sides, then that's not healthy either.
No.
So coming back to
No.
the present moment,
Yeah. So
um,
we
we have a final coming up, but we also want to celebrate the fact that they've made it this far, but also school exams, but also end of exams means people start to let their hair down, as it were. My hair just goes up, so I can't relate. But
same.
mhm. They let
Takes a
their
little
hair
while
up,
and then it goes down.
and then I mean, with a lot of water, maybe for me, got to weigh it down somehow.
I
But
had I had long hair once.
once upon a time, hi Michelle.
I had a big plan. I was like, before I cut it, I'm gonna get it straightened just to see how long it actually is. And then I forgot to do that.
You just cut it.
I got a haircut, and it was like 3 days after I got my haircut, I went, ah shit, because I'm not. It's like
Mm.
I don't think I'll ever have. It was like I was like I think I pretty much had shoulder length hair. Like while it was curled, it was shoulder length. So I was like, I want to see what that actually.
Jeez, that would be sitting midway down your back, probably.
Yeah. It came down at like a 45-degree angle. It was quite
Yeah,
the look.
that's. I think my hair has a lot more structure than yours. Your curls are a lot looser, so for me, it's just a case of like whatever shape I put it in, that's the shape it will stay in. However, if I lean against something, it is now the shape of whatever I leaned against.
I mean, I've got that's gonna be.
I mean, I salute you because I can't. I'm like I will lean back on this headrest, and then I'll be like,
You have the
let's
headrest
just
imprint.
let's just unpuff. Let's repuff the puff. So getting back because the ad break is finishing. Let's get back to the point that we keep deviating
There's
from, and
there's
I'm
a lot
wondering if
of
the decks has run
options
out now.
for
Mm?
what the event could be.
What event would happen?
But we've done like a sort of like a big sort of
Generic
party thing.
Yeah.
We could do like, could we do it? Those things where it's like a media thing where it's like you got all the media there just asking questions, and you've got like the people.
A press conference.
Press conference.
A
That's
press
the word.
conference for these university students.
So dumb.
It's so
But
dumb. I feel like yes, we can do that.
is there a fancy clip? When they have the weigh in for like boxing or like UFC or something.
I feel
And
like
so
Michelle would have the answer to that, and Michelle is in chat. Michelle, are there any like do they have to do fencers have to do weigh-ins and things like that? Like
I can't imagine that's a thing.
I can't imagine that's necessarily the case, but I'm sure that there are standards that they have to meet. I mean, other than not being drugged, which a drug test would be so hilarious for Ola, like, is every time is like, I will go into a shake. Oh, so this is the funny part, says Michelle. Hang on.
Yeah.
Give us the funny part. I'm ready. I'm ready to laugh. Let's go.
Because it'd also be, you want like,
Most categories are or were age and gender, but I'm imagining gender would be a thing that isn't so much of a thing now. Only if there are enough to make a viable competition. Right. So if there's not enough competition, you wouldn't bother. You wouldn't bother to split people by age and gender. That makes sense. Look, that 16-year-old lass was probably great, though, is the thing. So,
I mean,
yeah, right. Wound up the only one in the under 20 men's group.
one of my fondest memories is watching my youngest brother doing Taekwondo, because it was entirely when they sparred, it was really entirely based on what belt you were. But Harry, at one point, I'm pretty sure Harry, like, it was like really until the next like thing, but he was like the youngest black belt in Australia or something like that. But watching him do a group sparring match against people literally twice his size was...
That's fun. Okay, so the question is the width of the tourney pool. So I'm going to go ahead and say that come finals, you're probably not going to bother to do that.
No.
It would have happened way back when.
And it's clearly been mixed up at this point anyway, so...
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. That's really helpful.
Sort of need a reason for, like... Because obviously we want the arrows to be there. I almost wonder if we want, like, the other two teams as well.
I don't think the other two teams would bother. The Neons might, but only the press side of the Neons.
But, like, having, like, an event which is sort of, like... Maybe not as formal, but more sort of, like... It's not just for them, but it's like, we all got to the finals. Yay.
But
I feel like we did that now. As soon as I said it, I'm like, we did that. That was the Friedrich party. That was like...
We not only did that, but I feel like the situation of the Sharks and the Neons is such that they might see it as, now you're just here to gloat.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And they've got their match to see who comes third and fourth, really.
Yeah, they've got their own stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. It's not uncommon for collegiate to go school A to host school B for a 6-8 versus 6 versus... Yeah. 6 overs is 30 round robins. That's a lot. It's a lot of fighting. It's a lot of y'all. That's a lot of exercise. So, in conclusion, a press conference or like picnic or something stupid like that. You know, like hey, it doesn't matter who wins, but like come to our school, it's really beautiful, and hang out. From the arrows. I could imagine being invited to like a garden party.
Yeah, it actually might be like a thing. Like it's like if you ask anyone, it's like, yeah, like the previous champions host the finals, except that it's always the arrows. So it's really just the arrows host.
Just the arrows host a garden party.
The arrows host whoever else is in the finals, and you're like, but technically that's not.
And so the arrows can just invite whoever they want, really, because so if the arrows found it particularly interesting or fun, and I feel like at this point, because they do it so often, we really could make it, and the arrows host a garden party. It just so happens that also it is before the finals.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I've hooked onto garden party, but I really do like the idea of being a garden party. So. Yeah. Socials, training days, open coach days, they're all a thing. So could do that. Could do like a group training session. Be like an open day. Where the arrows try to invite anyone that looks good from the other team to just join the arrows next season. Because
That's how they've been doing it. They just recruit the best people each year and just be like,
Yeah. So your high political situation. So it's highly political. Highly political. So it doesn't
yeah,
need to be press conference-esque. It can just be all of the really important people are going to be at this thing.
yeah,
We thought it was important people before. Now it is
yeah.
seriously important people.
You just sort of realize that what you saw as like this formal event that um, Friedrich and his sister held was actually immensely casual. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
no, okay.
Exactly. Whereas now it's like the mayor of the
Yeah.
like all of the politicians turn up to this one, so it's about like, oh,
You've got
make sure
politicians, you've probably
everyone's
got like the deans of the universities and
yeah. So it's hey, don't get too drunk. Hey, there's going to be loads of alcohol, but like, don't get drunk.
there is alcohol here. It is a test.
This is in fact a
It's
test.
very much a trap
It is a
for
trap.
everyone.
It is a test. Don't get drunk. Ola will not be getting drunk. Don't you dare trouble me. Ola
Just
will not.
immediately spent fight. Like, no, go away.
Go away. Go away. So yeah, that's where we are. That's what we're doing. We've decided.
Yeah.
Um, how are we going to do this? What are we doing here?
So it's on the it's as I said it's like a garden party at on the Ash Point grounds, which are immaculate. Um, we've got not just we've got all the important people from from both universities. We've got local politicians. You've got um, there's probably like not like a media presence in like people there, but like media personalities
Yeah.
are there. And every sort of I guess if various forms of local celebrity,
Yes.
as well as the teams and
As well
the
as the
various
teams, Friedrich would be there because local celebrity. The coaches would be there, local celebrities.
yeah.
Yeah.
You've got all the various like the not the people on the teams that aren't just the players. It's like you got managers, you've got the various people, which the arrows probably have more of than the demons. But I mean, we just at the top of the episode talked about how the arrows have like tech people on hand.
Yes.
So they're all there. And I think like the premise, like it's pitched as a very sort of like casual, fun sort of thing, and it's just not, because there's so much politicking and important people there. You do feel like you are uh, put on display as well, and you kind of are. It's sort of like as representative of your university,
The last one was a
of your team.
exactly. The last
And the
one was
last
a
one was like
cocktail dress situation. This one is a pantsuit situation.
yeah, and it was kind of like the last one was like a private function technically.
Yes.
Like there's still a lot of important people there,
Yeah.
but this is a
This one is we're on
proper
show.
like, and it's not because it's not just people within that community. It's like no, there's outside people as well. So you're trying to put on your best foot forward, not just for yourself but for your team. And
As someone that wants to go pro, this is a big one.
yes, and obviously there's a lot of because it was like there was a lot of like that initial sort of scouting, observing of Ola at the semis. So now it's like those people have gone to report back to their and they're like, we need to have you want to have a chat.
Yeah.
But it's also probably got out that you've turned down the arrows, at least within like the official.
I don't know whether it's got out because the only one that Ola will have told will have been Coach Turner.
Did you not tell the Arrow's coach? No, you had a conversation with him.
Nope, didn't talk to
Sorry,
him.
that's
Didn't
my
tell him
bad.
about it. He
For
doesn't
some
know.
reason, I thought
So
you had confirmed that
no.
with the. Yeah.
Oh no. Ola's playing it close to the chest because that's
No.
seemingly what everyone else is doing.
You're right. So yeah,
what
that's
what they would do. What they've told Henri, whether or not Henri knows not to tell anyone else. I'm assuming he's smart enough not to tell anyone else.
he's an idiot. He's not that dumb. He's not,
Look,
there's degrees.
Look now.
He's trying to be better.
I know. So yeah.
So do we? Who would? Because there'd be a bunch of people who want to talk to Ola, and obviously, there'd probably be a bunch of people, both like in terms of going pro, but also just like media stuff. Same with Henry.
In between this and the last scene, what happened? I don't know what would have happened. It's entirely possible that this would be the first time Henri would sort of wake up to Ola being very unwell in the morning. Because they would be.
Oh God, you are pregnant.
God. I mean, yeah.
Spending trouble token.
Oh God. No.
You're
it's the worst trouble token to spend. That's the worst.
This is why you're allowed to veto them. You're like, no, go away.
But yeah, being very violently unwell and shaking for at least a day afterwards. They wouldn't go to class if there is class that day or anything like that.
I don't think Henry would just stay with them. Like,
which would immediately make them feel bad. Because Henry has class and, stuff to do.
I can miss a day. He said.
Unsure if he could.
I'm sure it'd be not the end of the world.
Probably not.
He's not gonna. He's not gonna be top of every class. But
he's not, which is a new thing for him, I imagine.
Yeah, and I think there's a degree of tension around that. But it's like he's also keeps reminding himself that it's not something he wanted or needed.
Fair.
And that it wasn't good for him when he was doing it.
I mean, that Dean's Award though. Everyone loves the Dean's Award.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ola would be very much unwell for that day and probably most of the next one. But would tell him to leave after that day because he has shit to do. And they would eventually be like, no, it makes me feel bad that you have a grade point average to keep up and you're here. Just watching me be unwell.
Just arranges he's like, all right, I'll go, but then arranges a care package of Panadol and water bottles and to get delivered.
Yeah. Yeah, detox isn't fun. And it has happened a couple of times now, so they know the routine. No one's perfect, but damn, it sucks. So I'm assuming that this would be a couple of weeks after that. I feel like exams would start the next week or something like that.
Yeah, and it might be that there's more time between the semis and the finals than there was between the quarters and the semis. It's just sort of like because of exams, because of like
Because of exam time.
you sort of like there's just a bit of extra time, which is part of like why I imagine they started doing these kind of events to sort of like partly for to show off, but also partly just to sort of maintain the momentum and keep the
and to
focus on it.
And give the players like time to like relax almost outside of you've got exams, don't forget this thing is happening, but also like
because whatever
you have a professional life and you have a personal life and you have a fun life. This is our fun and professional version.
Like both universities were in the past were pretty comparable fencing wise, and obviously the demons have dropped off, but I feel like academically they're both pretty
good ones as well.
Like Ash Point might still have a bit more prestige to it, but I think like it's kind of thing where it's like Ash Point's got more prestige, but it's like arguably Dockside may have been in some areas is better.
I think Dockside is better with the way I think of it is Dockside is better with like the social studies, so like law, that kind of thing, legal sides of things, plus like the social sciences and stuff. And then Ash Point is more about like the medical side of things.
Maybe like they're like technology stuff
and technology and stuff like that. So science and tech is Ash Point. Yeah. So anyone that didn't get into Ash Point ended up with the neons, and anyone that doesn't get into Dockside ends up on the beach. It's kind of like that.
Is that just how they refer to South Beach? It's like, they just they ended up on the beach.
They ended up on the beach instead of they wanted to be near the water. They ended up on the beach.
Yeah. And there's a degree of like, South Beach is a perfectly good university. It's like, nah, is it though?
Is it?
Like, yes.
It's a really good university, but it's also not.
Yeah.
I just think it's slightly more. Their teaching style is more relaxed, and so people are just like.
There's a degree of like, and I probably like if you went out, if you were somewhere else, you went, oh, I went to Ash Point, they go, ooh, or you went, all right, and like there's big places where I went to Dockside, they go, ooh, but if you go, I went to South Beach, they go, where's that?
Oh no, I think they still go, ooh, but it's a different. Oh, yeah.
What were your grade? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got the degree.
Yeah.
You got the degree. Still better than that other school that we don't even have a name for, that doesn't have a fencing team, but good
is it
for
really,
you.
Is it really university if it doesn't have a fencing team?
Is it really uni if there's no fencing? The answer is no. And so, having spent a lot of time now not drinking again, Ola's going to another situation that might involve drinking. Which in itself, we don't need to play a trouble token, it's trouble.
We've played a bunch of trouble tokens that are just the echoes of those past
there
trouble tokens.
There are some tokens that are just in play now. What is it for Henry?
I mean, Henry's obviously aware of that. Like,
I meant what?
But
what
also,
is this for him?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, on some degrees, it's like it feels like it's more important for Ola than it is for him, because it's like Ola's the one who's actively aiming to go pro, and like Henry's got people being like, starting to sort of like eye him, and he sort of still feels pretty weird, a little bit weird about that. But also it's like that's not something he's decided on one way or the other. It's like, partly because he's like he just kind of wants to get through the tournament. He doesn't want to. It's like, whenever he starts thinking about them, it's like it kind of just feels like a distraction. He's like, I need to focus.
It's still a relatively new experience for him.
Yeah, but it's also just sort of like, it's because there's like a bunch of things where he's like, no, I can't handle. I don't want to have to handle. I don't want to be worrying about all these things. I've got uni and I've got the tournament,
Yeah.
and I can get those done and be done for the semester, and then be like, cool, now I can look at those things without having them interrupt the previous stuff. And so he's just been like, but he's also like, I can't do it so much that I don't talk to anyone about it. I still need to let people know. He's like making old mistakes again. So he's probably actually told his family and stuff. He's like, oh, this is a thing that's happened. But like,
right. Letting people know this time. Keeping people updated.
Yeah. He's just sort of like...
What do his parents think of the potential going to Germany?
I think there's a degree of like... It potentially drives home that he is... Because it's like, he didn't tell them that he was even doing this until they were in the...
Yeah.
Leading up to the quarterfinals. And he's like... And it's one thing to be like, yeah, apparently I'm pretty good. And then like getting to watch him. And they've been to the events. So they've been like, yeah, you won. So I'm clear. See, it feels like you're doing quite well. To being like, well, hey, I'm being invited to this like elite like training camp for like, you know,
yeah,
for like fences, and it's like, oh,
you're that good. Oh, we've escalated. We escalated really hard. This is a sharp turn.
It's like it's actually, and it's like, but it's just sort of, and I think he's being very clear. He's like, I'm not even considering this until I finish with the semester, because, which I think they're like, because there's that initial thing is like, well, what does this mean for your grades? He's like, oh, I'm not thinking about it until the grades come first, then the tournament, and then we get this. Then I'll think about that. And like, yeah, I'm not being pressured. Like, well, it's like I'm not technically being pressured to do that. Lena did literally come up to him and be like, so what are you doing? And he's just like, but the person who actually offered has said that he's got time. So he's like, so he's been clear that he's like, no, I'm gonna get these are the important things right now, and then we'll circle back. Mm-hmm. The conversation obviously with you, with Ola, and with all that, and but it is like a kind of like a sort of like it's a reassessment of like, oh, okay, shit.
Okay. And so
I think like, because we've sort of established that the dad's a bit of was sort of just like a surprisingly intelligent, like that's a mean thing to say, a surprisingly intelligent jock, but like is like surprisingly intelligent and was a jock. Those are not like and like in the terms of like
he loves a good sport, but he's also like, you know, a scientist.
Yeah, and was like talking about people who like didn't have to study, and it's like, you know, Henry gives that impression even though he studied his ass off. His dad actually didn't. Was just like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna go ace this test. And everyone's like, I'm sorry, what? Like, would constantly be people surprised when he gets his grades back. He's like, wait, why is he the top of the class? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What do you mean he's got straight A's on everything? I don't.
How?
What the fuck is that? Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Robert DeRue was legitimately irritating.
Well, no, because I
not
think
like in attitude, but just like
it.
Yeah, not in his personality, but in that terms of like, he's like, oh yeah, I just did it, and I was like, God, you Pete.
I didn't get straight A's, but I was very much that student. I didn't like, as in, was never straight A's, but for the amount of study that I did, which was close. I didn't revise. I never revised. I never studied for exams, because my thinking is, if the teacher did a good job teaching, I shouldn't have to. I should know the content. And so I simply didn't study.
That's wild.
But like, solid A-B student.
Yeah.
Like, to me, if the teaching is good, you can't blame me for bad grades. The teacher needs to do better.
No.
That's my reasoning. I still stand by
it's like with the ADHD, it's like if you enjoyed the learning, that's gonna stick. That's gonna be in your brain.
My thing was, I enjoyed the learning. The classes that I got D's in were classes where it was boring, or the teacher just didn't try to make it interesting at all. And so I didn't do well in those subjects.
Just their style just clashed.
If the style clashes with me, I'm not going to learn anything.
I had that with
my grades.
With my teacher, who when I took Japanese for 2 years, and I did very badly. very badly, but I bounced hard off the teacher's like teaching style, and it was just like
That's the thing. That is always the thing.
which is a shame. Because I kind of would be nice to have a bit more of another language. Though, like, it wouldn't have been like I wish I did better at Japanese. It's more I wish I took a different subject. I wish I chose a different language.
I wish I'd done
Because
better.
I feel like I would have, I would have the guy who taught Chinese. I would have had a much better time with.
Right.
Yeah.
But
in terms of this garden party,
yes.
Sort of arriving, everyone's sort of milling. There's people, trays of food, trays of drinks, just sort of
Everywhere.
going up and down. And we have Henry and Ola sort of arrive
and Ola's nervous, but so I have the condition burnt out. And I think there have been several times in this session where they've unexpectedly retreated, faltered, or gone somewhere special to recharge, but I don't feel like they've actually resolved that thing.
Yeah, they're on track to, because they've sort of done both. They've toyed with both of the completion options, but it's like.
But it doesn't feel like it has recharged or renewed or solved a great deal. So
yeah,
I don't know what will happen here, but that might be resolved here in some way, shape, or form. They have been going out of their way to please fans. So anyone who seems like they are a fan of Ola, they are going to actively spend time with. They are going to actively give attention to.
Yeah.
Just cause.
Yeah, and I think like, because that's the thing. Like, there's been a lot of attention on Henry, and then going into the finals, it was sort of like suddenly it was also Ola. But I think Ola is they're increasingly becoming aware that Ola is the real deal, as it were. That like, and so not just like the officials and stuff, but there's people like just the people watching, the people, the fans, as you say.
Yeah. It's not even an underdog story. It's just a wait. Hang on, who? It's
particularly particularly when they literally changed hands. Like there's a whole thing of like, oh, they weren't even trying. It's like, why didn't we know this before? Oh, they were handicapping themselves.
They were playing.
It's like that's wild. Like
they were fencing with their offhand.
They weren't even. It's just like people's minds were blown.
Well, that's just how it was. They had to make it easier for people. They got used to making it easier for people. Then realized, hey, I should probably stop that. Thanks, coach, for that wake-up call.
But like, yeah. So there's a lot of.
But now they're being seen.
Yeah.
And so, who goes up to who? Who comes to visit who?
I feel like someone would come up to for Ola essentially and be like, you need to like. There's some people want to talk to you. We need, you got to come talk to these people. Oh, hey Henry, you need to come talk to.
Yeah. It's the doing the rounds in the foyer situation. Yeah. So Ola would go off to do that. I want to spend a trouble token.
course you do.
Of course I do. What else am I going to do? What else am I supposed to do here? I want to spend a trouble token.
Yeah.
And that trouble is for
all-
Friedrich to come up to Henry. The second he's alone. Not getting the second hand now. You've got the big guy himself.
Who do we want to stick with?
Let's stick with you.
Okay.
For a bit. Partially because I don't know that what Ola's doing is particularly interesting at this point. It might become interesting, but it's not just yet.
Sure.
How have things been?
Good, for the most part. Suppose it was a little the match against the Sharks was a bit rough. Not for the fencing, just for personal reasons, I guess. But
did it work out well?
Yes and no. So ongoing in some ways, but I don't know if there's a lot I can do right this second. I've got other things to focus on. And how about you? Have you enjoying your time here?
Yes, I am. Seeing a lot of promising new players and plan to take some of them back with me.
Talked with Lena after the match, the semifinals. And she said something interesting. I thought I'd be interesting to see your thoughts on it as well. Because as far as I'm aware, you haven't reached out to Ola.
Correct.
I'm just curious why.
Why do you think?
If I was to guess, I would, I guess, hazard that they are at a point in their I would imagine you are trying to get it so that you get people who have the potential to be professional, and you get them to a point where they can be professional. They can go pro. And if I had to guess, then you would say that Ola does not need extra training to be ready to be professional. Ola is ready to be professional. If I was to guess.
It's a good answer.
But my question is because when I asked Lena, that wasn't her response. Her response was that Ola would not respond well to the training. Which was, I guess, the way she phrased it.
Surely for those reasons.
Sure.
What is the point of training someone who is already developing a style and developing their own style and developing as an athlete in the way that they develop. Why interfere with that?
Exactly. I guess my concern, given the way it was phrased, was that the point would not be to have the fencer develop the way they should develop, but have it be, I guess, conform to a certain way of developing. Which, I guess, from your answer, doesn't necessarily sound like it's the case, but as I said, it was just the way she'd phrased it.
Henri, when you think of the way I fight, what is it that you like?
I like guess how open you are, I guess. You are very clearly not holding anything back. You are very clearly in the moment. You are, as you fight, you are exactly where you radiate the sense that you are exactly where you are supposed to be. You're exactly where you want to be.
Precision. Yes. It's a very good answer. What is it that you do not like?
About the way you fence specifically?
Yes.
I mean, I guess on a personal level, there's a concern that in an attempt, I guess I have a concern that if I get too caught up trying to fence like you, I will miss out on fencing like me.
I was asking what you don't like about my style, not what you want to take or do not want to take from it.
But that's, I guess, part of it that, as I said, just on a personal level, I worry that I will get distracted. But in terms of just technique, I guess it doesn't feel as focused. But that just might be a...
This is why I have not invited Ola and Henri. When I asked them the same question that I asked you, they said that they do not like that I signal my special move, if you will. They can see from the side when it's coming.
Sounds like Ola.
Someone like that would not do well. because it would stifle what she has. I'm not saying she's perfect, and I'm not saying that I continue to fight in the same manner, having received that feedback. But when I asked the question, that was the answer. It is precise.
It's a good answer. Damn.
You have a lot to learn.
I do.
And I think you could learn it well in Germany.
Yep. I was really hoping you'd give a bad answer to that and make the decision a lot easier. You went off and gave a really good answer. I mean, I obviously appreciate the attention that I've received. It just feels wild to be getting it so soon, I guess.
Soon is good. It's before you learn bad habits.
Yeah. I don't know.
You don't allow someone to learn to walk backwards for many years and then say, oh, you could turn around and walk forwards. No, you catch them at the beginning.
Yeah. I guess for all the attention I've received these past few months, not all of it's been great.
In Germany, it will be quieter.
Not
You're
wrong.
not known there yet. Yet. Give you a chance to be a beginner.
I still have to think about it. And right now, I'm focused on the finals, on, well, exams.
They will be finished soon.
They will be. And then I
And
will...
whether or not you win in the finals, the offer will still remain.
I appreciate that. I mean, just for logistically, it's a big thing. Obviously, taking a break from studies, moving away from friends and family, committing to fencing.
In the way that you play, it seems you have already committed to fencing.
Till this year, I thought I had a very clear idea where I was going and what I wanted. And then I saw you fence. And how, as like I said, the way you feel about fencing is on display for everyone when you fence. And I realized I'd never felt about anything that I'd done in that way. And then I started fencing, and it made that even more clear that I'd set myself on a path because I had decided at some point that was the path I was supposed to be on, and I'd never actually thought if it was the path I wanted to be on. And now I have all these opportunities because of I got to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But one of those things is fencing may have made me realize that, but whether fencing is the thing that I want to do, I want to be sure if I'm going to make that move. Well, sure as I can be. I don't want to do it just because I think I should. I want to do it because I want to do it.
This is reasonable. Do you not feel passionate about fencing?
I do.
Then what happens when you fight? What's that? Is that what you're thinking?
Feels freeing.
And you don't want to feel this freedom all the time?
Well, it's whether I need to be a professional fencer to feel it.
Have you ever felt free elsewhere?
Not before, but I get to go to class, and previously in school and even here, I would study the sole objective of getting the top mark. But since fencing, I can go to my class and I can study because I want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And I enjoy my classes. And there's a very real reality, I guess, where fencing is something I do for fun. And do something else professionally.
Do you think that I would consider it a waste of my time and energy if you train with me for a year and at the end decide that you do not want to go professional?
No, I don't think that would be a waste of either of our time. But
Good.
I mean, I've just started a relationship with Ola, moving away for a better part of a year. Maybe it'll be fine, maybe it won't. Maybe it's... Do I want to spend that better part of a year becoming a better fencer, or do I want to stay here and be a better person with them?
That is not something I can answer for you.
I wouldn't ask you to. Solid chance on just...
possible. It is entirely possible that at some point they will get an offer to travel internationally as well, and then what will you do? They have been noticed.
That is definitely part of the consideration. Be honest with you, after the conversation with Lena, I was... If I had to have given an answer, I probably would have leaned towards no. And now after this conversation with you, I feel like I'm leaning towards yes.
I'm glad to hear it, but it is your decision to make.
And I will get you that answer once I'm finished. I need to be focused on the finals and on my classes.
Well, the classes you don't need to worry about. The final, you're probably better off simply enjoying yourself today and showing all of your passion on the piste.
That's the hope. That's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
On some level, the fact that we got this far is...
You're surprised?
I didn't know one way or the other how it was going to go. And it's not only gone well, it's gone really well. I guess I just need to stop second guessing myself.
Or start thinking about the concept of a team.
Yeah.
The passion that I show is knowing that if I do not win, others in my team may. They are there to support me, and I am there to support them. You don't need to worry about the finals because you have other team members. You might be by yourself on the piste, however, they're still there.
It's a really good point. Thank you.
I'll let you get back to the rest of your fans.
Still not used to that being a thing.
It will take time, but you will get used to it.
Oh, I'd want to. Trying to think. I don't know.
Either you get used to
Shouldn't
it
feel.
for you, or you stay here with them, and you still have to get used to it anyway.
Oh, I'm more. I don't. I mean, just mean that. I don't want to feel complacent about it. I don't want to feel.
Do you think that to have fans is complacency?
No, I don't. But I wouldn't want to.
I
Wouldn't want
can
to
tell
just.
from here that Olayemi is doing a lot of work.
I wouldn't want it to feel like it should feel like something you have to work for.
Fans only stay fans as long as you continue to win and continue to keep up your skills. They are maintenance, they are work, and they hold you accountable. They are an asset. Do not think you get fans for doing nothing. Even if the something that you do is small, there is something that they see in you that reminds them of them.
That's what I meant.
So make it worth it.
I will.
Make it count. From one fan to another.
Thank you.
And he wanders off to find a glass of something. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't have to play.
So how's Ola doing?
Ola's exhausted. Ola's exhausted. There is a lot of small talk that needs to happen. And they are doing their best to keep up with it. And so here's the thing that I want to do, but I don't know how to make it happen because technically, currently, Neil is in my head, but I think Ola at some point actually does want to talk to Neil because of all of the bullshit.
I mean, would Neil be here at the event?
I think Neil would be here because I think that the whole point is like the movers and shakers and the political, and from a political perspective, Neil has raised a team up from the ground, right? So Neil is kind of like the beach Jesus. Beezus.
Yeah.
So I think he would be here. But I don't know how well a conversation would go with a character that has largely been inside my head, now being inside your head. But I'm kind of interested to find out. So I don't have a trouble token, but it would be me, Chantel, giving Sam a trouble token, not the character. So I
don't have any fight to spend to make it go well. No.
You get no fight. There is only trouble.
No.
And I don't think it would be a long conversation. But
would it be? Does Ola seek out Neil? Does Neil seek out Ola?
I feel like Neil would seek out Ola because Neil doesn't know what neither Ola nor Neil know exactly what was said to each other, to Henry, about each other.
Yeah.
Neither of them knows. And both of them had a pretty strong response to being told what they were told.
Yeah.
And Neil is one of those people who Ola would know has in the past been like, hey, this drinking, you should curb it.
Mm.
And so it becomes a sense of, what did you say? Because guess who showed up at my door? What did you do?
Mm.
So maybe it is all like seeking out Neil. Just
Potentially, it's like whoever
quietly.
sees the other first,
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah. Ola has a sparkling water. The sparkles are nice. That's it. That's all I've got.
Yeah. And they've just been, obviously, it's like meeting all the who's who, and
Mm. And I
um,
imagine Neil would be very good at that. The schmoozing side of it, I feel like Neil
oh,
would be really, really good at it.
Neil's probably would make an incredibly good team manager,
Yes.
like spectacularly so.
Yes. Good coach and team management, just sitting
Yeah,
in there with a good understanding of fencing.
but kind of probably wants to be the
Wants to be playing.
player.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wants to be playing, recognizes that that's pretty much not his thing.
that's just on some level, but that's part of probably why there's a degree of like.
That's what part of what the issue is. Yeah. But I also feel like I feel like partly this is trouble for Henry,
Yeah, certainly
because
could be.
that conversation would be happening, especially since Ola very specifically said, "Do you want me to talk to Neil?" And Henry said no.
I mean, I think he
I
meant
don't
in
know
the
what
moment,
the
but like,
yeah. I mean, I don't know, but that's it was very
yeah,
much a, do you want me to fix this problem? No. Okay, well, I'm
yeah,
still thinking about this problem.
yeah. They did punch him in the face.
They did. Yeah. They did. Um and so I think they probably go up to Neil and just say, "Look, I'm sorry, but you deserved it at the time."
I can't remember how much time he said has passed. Is there still like evidence of like a bruise or something? Or
I imagine like it's clearing up. It's in that like last coverable with makeup.
yeah, which he hasn't, but it's like it's still sort of um, yeah, sort of go up and he's like, I know. I was angry with frustration was with Henry, and I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have. Sorry, I used. I tried. I did that. I shouldn't have used your situation in that way.
You said you wouldn't tell anyone. I asked you not to tell anyone.
assumed he knew.
He did. But now he knows. For sure.
Well,
I ended up doing a damn intervention outside my house. Trying to.
I thought you didn't want your family to know.
I don't. Whatever the deal is with you and him, can you just let it go?
Yeah. That's how it is, isn't it? I'm the one who has to let it go.
What do you mean?
I have to make nice.
You tried to fuck up his match. I don't know what the problem is.
For as long as I've known him,
Mm-hmm.
I've come second. Every time. In every instance. I come second. And it doesn't matter what I do, how hard I work. He'll just waltz in. Just take it.
But there are things that you're really good at. The Sharks played an incredible match.
And we came up short.
Well, yeah, but that's not just him. And it doesn't mean that you can't win. Just that you didn't.
Yeah, what's one more? What's one more loss? And like you said, I should just let it go.
Neil, that's not what I meant. Come on.
Everyone keeps telling me that I'm good at lots of things, but all the things that I try for, the things that I want, doesn't matter how long I've been working, doesn't matter how hard I've tried, I come second to him. And yeah, I'm real good at other things. Bully for me. But when it's something I want, he doesn't even know he's doing it.
Like,
It's so fucking irritating.
like what? What?
Name a thing. Name any time that I've tried to do something and then he comes along and he comes out ahead. Name a subject. Fucking fencing. He's been doing this for 6 months, if that. We've been doing this our whole lives.
Yeah, we have.
He turns up, and immediately all the attention's on him.
Yeah, you're right.
He got attention over you.
Yeah, he did.
He just gets it.
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't.
I hear you.
So academically, and he gets you. He gets you. But you're right, I should just let it go.
Neil, I first off, I'm not a thing.
Didn't say you were.
Second, I'm sorry.
Not an idiot. I know you're not a thing. I know it's not some competition. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it hurts. It hurts that it's every time.
Did you? There are things that you do better. There has to be things that you do better. You're just thinking about all of the things that he does well in. Because I see it too. I experience it too.
All the things that I do better are things that he's not even trying to do. And it just feels like that if at any point he just, for whatever reason, decided that was something he was just gonna do, I would immediately be second.
He has a lot of learning to do.
And yet,
you know what you do better? You notice things.
Well, it certainly didn't help.
Maybe not. But people need people to notice things.
When I came to you and said that I had noticed that I felt that you were on the path for your drinking to be a problem, I want you to think about how you reacted to that. And then I want you to think about how you reacted when he did it. I noticed first. Yay.
Right. I'm sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize
Yes,
for.
I do.
It's not how it works.
I reacted differently. Yes. And I reacted differently because by that time I was in a different place, but I couldn't have been in that different place if you hadn't noticed. If you hadn't said something.
It is a consolation. And that's what I get. And it's not like it's bad. I'm just saying it sucks.
Yeah.
And it sucks that it's always him. Like, just once it was someone else. Fuck.
I mean,
He didn't.
he might
He
go to
doesn't
Germany.
even see it.
He might go to Germany. He might go away, and then.
Yeah, because 6 months in, he's getting that kind of offer. He's talking to. He's talking to Friedrich, and then 6 months after he's picked up a fucking foil.
What do you want? Yeah.
I want to stop feeling like I'm coming second. I want to feel like I can put effort into the things I want, the things that I'm striving for, and I feel like I'm not going to have it pulled out from under me.
Well.
And I want to not feel like every time someone tries to tell me otherwise that I want it to not feel like they're just consoling me.
We used to train.
Yeah.
It's on me that we dropped.
I mean, we don't exactly trade with Jade either. We went to different schools.
But there's no reason not to. We could take it up again.
I'd like to. I don't know if I'm in a place to.
I understand.
I get it. I do. I don't want you to think I don't get it. And I mean, I obviously saw how you looked at him. I always saw. I just want you to know that whole time, and I get it, and the reason I get it is because the whole time I was looking at you the same way. And so I understand. I think I feel like just it's not something that you need to apologize for, because it's not, like I said, it's not That's not how it goes. You're not a thing. You're not a prize to win. That's not how any of that works. You're not some grade. You're not some trophy. But I feel like you can understand where I'm coming from. Because you were there for a while. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you're not there anymore. I'm not. I'm still there.
I'm sorry. And
That.
Ola flees. Ola flees to the restroom.
Oh, God. Oh. God, I went into that planning to be a lot more stern.
Yeah.
And then just immediately didn't.
Because he's not a happy boy.
No.
He's not a happy boy.
I
It's
think
hard to be
it
stern.
was just sort of like, yeah.
Like, get punched in the face by your crush.
I mean, get punched in the face by your crush, knowing that you absolutely deserve to be punched in the face by your crush.
Yeah. Yeah. Ola flees to the restroom. Ola flees, goes to the bathroom. And sends a message to Jade immediately. And that message says something like, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, I really want to drink right now."
I mean, Jade, do you say where you are? Well, if not, immediately it's like, where are you?
And then would say, "Function, this place."
Like, Jade's
Yeah,
at
I
the
know.
function.
Oh, in the bathroom.
Where are you?
Near
Right.
the, I don't know, near the ice horse statue.
Yeah. It's like, oh God, the ice horse. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to have an ice horse outside in this temperature?
No, but I bet Ash Point does.
It's ridiculous.
Has its own cooler underneath.
Jade's like about to get really technical, like, no, need to. It's like, it's a really cool piece of. No, wait. No, we're gonna. We're gonna just erase that and just be like, I'm on my way.
I think genuinely sitting on the toilet, seat down, like just locked in the toilet in the like just gentle rocking situation of like, if I leave this space right now, I know the first thing I'm going to do and I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But also very specifically did not contact Henri. Very notably and very specifically did not do that.
Yeah.
When they get there, almost the first thing out of their mouth is, "Did you know?"
No.
Did you know how Neil feels about me?
I mean, what? Wait, like, still?
Still,
I thought like a while ago, I was like he seemed to have. I didn't realize it was more than just like a passing crush. Like the whole time. Shit. Hmm.
I could have one glass, just one, just half glass, one shot.
No.
One shot. I can have one shot.
I think we both know that's not true.
What am I supposed to do, Jade?
Well, we're going to stay here until you start to calm down, start to feel a bit better. And until that's the case, we have nowhere we need to be.
What happens if Henri moves to Germany?
It's not. He wouldn't be moving to Germany forever.
You don't know that.
How do you see that going? He goes to this training thing. He's there for however long it takes. And then once it's done, why is he not coming back?
He decides to play the professional circuit there. He's in a good place too. I don't want the offer. I don't want what has been offered, but I want something like it. I'd kill for something like it.
I'm sorry. Did you not just spend a whole bunch of time being personally introduced to every single notable person at this function? I feel like I just saw you get introduced personally to every single notable person at this function. I didn't see Henry getting introduced to every single person.
No. And I'm not jealous, but I do know that if I went over there, if I did what he should do, I wouldn't come back. There's so much world out there.
Then do it. If you both say Henry goes, and at the end of it is like, well, now I'm all set up to be in this particular professional circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you couldn't be?
No, it's not that at all. It's just how...
Like he gets say he gets to the end and he says to you, "Hey, I'm joining this professional circuit and I'm staying here. Come join me."
I would want to go.
And what's stopping you?
Big fish, small pond, big fish.
Have to join a circuit somewhere.
Yeah. But like,
Why not there? And you're, of course, assuming that he would just arbitrarily make that decision without you and give you an ultimatum.
Jade.
That boy might be the smartest dumb person I've ever met. But I don't see him doing that.
I don't know if maybe now isn't the right time for us to be doing this. I know it's what I want. I know it's what I've wanted for so long, but what if we're holding each other back?
Do you feel like you're being held back?
I don't know.
Do you feel like you're holding him back?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's
If he makes the decision to stay because of me, then maybe, yeah. Because when I was trying to decide whether or not I was going to join the Arrows, I was thinking about what would be good for him.
I've said it often that you shouldn't worry about what's good for him, you should worry about what's good for you, but I guess at some point you do want to consider what's good for both of you. Don't think about what's good for him in isolation. It needs to be what's going to be best for both of you together. And I don't see I spent a lot of time telling you to move on because I guess part on some level I lost faith. I didn't believe it was ever you and him were ever going to happen. And then you did. And it's kind of amazing. And if you think you stuck it out for years, I can't imagine doing that for anyone. You think Germany's going to get in the way of that?
I just.
Or are you worried about a particular German?
What do you mean?
The sister.
Not really.
Good.
She pisses me off, but not really.
I was worried I'd have to hurt someone, and it's a nice party. It's a nice dress. Hate to ruin it.
I don't want to Jade, Neil's face.
I can't believe I missed it. I thought he'd moved on years ago.
I don't want... This is awful to say. I don't want to be like Neil.
In what way?
I broke his heart. And I didn't even know. I don't want to do it again, but I don't want it to happen to me.
Speaking from very limited experience, that's always going to be the risk. I mean, the whole point of finding someone special that you can be together with, the inherent risk is that you have to open yourself up. You have to make yourself vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
That the sheer act of taking that chance means that you have unrippled heartache. But if you don't take that chance, that's
I love fencing. I love him. What if there isn't space for both of those things?
wow. That's the thing about love. It's not finite. It's not a pie with a limited number of slices. You just end up with a bigger pie.
That's a stupid analogy.
I want pie. You can love multiple things.
I want scotch.
Okay, you can love a few things. Some things we can't love. I get that this sucks. Henry has been given a spectacular offer at a spectacular rate, and he's hesitating. I can only assume because he doesn't want to be away from you.
And
You're not going to
if I weren't
lose him if you weren't there. Do you think you're so easily replaced?
No, but it leaves space for him to really love the game.
Good. I think you... Do you not want him to love the thing you love?
Yes.
You're
But I want
worried.
him to love it as much as he can.
So you're worried that you might love fencing more than him, and that he might come to love fencing more than you.
You don't have to just say it.
Yes, I do. That's my job. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. What do I do? Solve it, Guru. Without the use of alcohol. Or drugs. Or anything else addictive, really. It's the idea, I guess.
I mean, don't let it. Don't look at me like that. Don't let it.
Stupid.
Fight for it.
Fight for
it.
what?
You don't want fencing to ultimately overshadow him for you, and you don't want it to overshadow you for him. Then fight for it. Fight to maintain that connection. Don't be passive about it. Don't assume that. Don't just. If you're worried it's going to happen, don't let it happen. Be an active participant in that process. Love fencing, pursue fencing. Fucking take it. Saying it's not the right time. Have you seen you? Have you seen them? It's there. The time is now. But at the same time, fight for Henry. And let Henry fight for you.
She's been fighting for so long.
No. You've been holding back. You've been trying to hide from it from a long time. That, I can only imagine, is exhausting. Now you don't have to hide. You don't have to hide how much you love fencing, and you don't have to hide how much you love him. Don't hide from it, run with it.
Until I fall over and break a leg.
Yeah, and then I'll come and I'll pick you up. And we'll talk shit. And we'll talk shit about one or the other or both.
Will you give me morphine?
Probably not.
Shot of vodka?
No.
One Valium?
Maybe, if I have some Valium on one hand.
We'll talk about
Just,
it.
whatever,
I don't know what to do about Neil.
Yeah, that's rough. But it sounds like, and I've only heard bits and pieces from you and Henry and the grapevine. Did you actually punch him?
Yeah.
Nice.
I decided to take risks that day. I'm lucky I'm a left-hander.
Yeah.
Hurt.
I hear that happens when you punch someone in the face.
Felt good. But I don't know if he deserved it.
It sounds like Neil has a lot of things that he needs to work through. And a large portion of that's going to be on him. that doesn't mean we can't be there for him.
I don't know if it's any help for me to be there for him right now.
Then don't be around right now. Don't not be, I guess. At some point, hopefully, fingers crossed, however process it takes that he can work through whatever he's working through, and he's ready. We'll all still be there to be his friend. And hopefully, in that process, those bridges don't get burned. You know, I don't think I've ever seen Henry angry before. And then
He's been angry. It's just been a while.
He talked about Neil, and there's a lot of hurt, a lot of anger as well.
I don't know how to fix any of this.
It's not your job to fix everything.
Don't intervention me again. If Henri wants that, don't do that.
All right. Don't hide such serious problems from me again.
That's fair, I guess. I hate you.
No, you don't.
I love you.
I know.
You suck.
I know.
I think the sweats have gone. Time to pretty up and head out again. And that's what they do. Gussy up, powder the nose in very much not a literal sense. And off they go. Because there's still social things that need to happen.
Yep. There's a whole party out there.
Mm-hmm. It's scary. Does anything else happen at this party? What happens at this? Is there anything else that we need to cover?
That might be. Not there's much else. I need to go into detail about.
I don't think so either. Finals coming up.
More ways than one.
Hmm?
More ways than one. Exams and tournament.
Oh. See, my assumption is that the exams have happened. And that's the only reason this party could happen.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's actually a nice. It's like a post.
Will come out,
yeah, a post-exam thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, which is why Friedrichs was like, "No, you don't need to worry about that. You've done that bit. You're done."
Right.
Yeah, you've done that bit. You just have to wait for the grades. However, you've already done it.
I do actually really like the idea of Henry being like, well, I still got to worry about exams, and Fisher's like,
No.
you're done with those?
The whole point
Am I
is that
wrong?
we planned this for afters, afterwards, so that you could drink without having exams on Monday.
Yeah.
Like, that was the point, right?
It's like it's probably like 15 minutes after the conversation, Henry's just like, oh, right.
Oh,
Ah,
did it.
I don't have exams anymore. Oh, right. That's a whole thing.
That's relieving.
Why was I freaking out about that? Damn it.
Tells you about what's going on in Henry's mind.
He's like, you have to worry about these two things. I will continue to worry about these two things.
I will continue to worry, always. So yeah. I feel like everyone's life is pretty complicated. I'm out of trouble. I can't make anything more difficult for anyone.
I think I've got some trouble.
You do.
But then there's only really, like, Henry's got full fight.
I have one fight.
Your fight, I'm sure they can find a way to cause some trouble.
I'm sure. I feel like I probably should have full fight, frankly speaking. Right? I don't know. Maybe there just isn't trouble. Maybe Ola just doesn't have any trouble to be had. Maybe there's no trouble. Ola's only real issue has been like the fallout of drinking. And technically I kind of made my own trouble by being like, let's talk to Neil. Oh shit.
Like, this would be a good idea. It was not a good idea.
There
was a lot more going on than I thought. God.
Oh, yeah. Send help.
Now I have to be sympathetic towards Neil. God damn it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, good.
But I just wanted to treat him like an asshole.
3-dimensional characters. Who knew? What happened to Nani? I don't know. Oh,
stop being relevant. So there's
stop being relevant.
Got written out. I mean, there was definitely like, it was certainly like set up as like this could potentially be a source of drama or a complication, and it just wasn't. Like there were other things that were the source of drama and problem.
Yes.
That they didn't need to bring back this character to be like, haha, extra drama. It was just like, nah, just don't need it. So
I feel like the trouble that I have received is that my sister knows.
Yeah.
That is the trouble. That has not come into play yet, but it's trouble that exists.
Yeah.
And so that is what's our end credits for today?
It's probably like as Jade and Ola step back out into the party, the credits start rolling.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a degree of like, you just sort of like play out. It's just sort of like, it doesn't, there's no, like the drama that will happen has happened. So it's sort of like everyone has sort of like, and in the same way that that Ola went and sort of collected themselves, and you know Neil has also done the same.
Yeah.
And so there's Neil's talking to someone or something or whatever.
I think as a term of, as a form of end credit, it would be, I don't even have the trouble to offer. However, I feel like it could be fun if something Neil and someone picking up on what's going on with this triangle here, because this is the second time this has happened. Hey, let me chat with Neil, who has now had a lot to drink to like erase some of that shit.
Sorry,
Hmm?
So someone else is picking up on there being a thing between Neil, Ola, and
Hmm.
right. Well, I mean, Lena, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, we could bring back Nani.
We could bring back Nani. Nani who?
Yeah, Nani, well-known friend of Lena.
I mean, could be. That whole party
Um,
happened. Nani was there.
I want another moment
Mhm.
between like Coach Turner and Friedrich. I have no idea what
Ooh, yeah.
I feel like there should be something hinted there. I don't know what it is. I just want to keep foreshadowing something.
I want to foreshadow. Well, let's add in like just a
Like it's
handshake. They
well, it's
just
like it's
have
it's
a
just again
handshake.
like it's almost like they're just like silently sort of there. They're sort of watching everything that's happening, and then they just like clink glasses or something, and it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, this is all going really well.
This is exactly what we wanted to happen.
This is, and you're just like, what?
What are you trying to make happen? We don't know yet.
Which is
But
a
I
it
like
is
the
a
I like the idea of like clink glasses, shake hands, have a laugh
yeah
about something that we don't know.
yeah because like they can even be talking while they're doing this, but we don't actually hear any of it
Yeah.
because we don't actually see.
We're not
You just
close
sort of
enough.
you only get to see
Camera's
like
not close.
their reactions to like what's being said and like um
Yes. Lena goes to talk to Neil. I think after the party, Ola goes to just like walk on the beach, shoes off, pantsuit, pants rolled up, to try and find something relaxing.
yeah. Yes, very much so.
Um, what does Henri do to relax? What's Henry's relaxing thing? Does Henry relax? We find out in this episode that Henry, in fact, does not relax.
Henry has never
Does not
relaxed.
know how to relax,
Yeah.
and thus this is
No,
why he's never been passionate about anything.
I think it might be like just something like he has like just time with his family.
Hmm.
Like maybe he gets back from the party and like the brothers there as well. So the brothers
Yeah.
come to visit, and so
They
they sort
play
of like
some grass,
popped in.
some
Well,
grass
they just sort of
cricket,
like
some just
they
yard
have
cricket.
they have dinner. The whole family is catching up together, and it's just sort of like a very nice sort of atmosphere. And just sort of like just gets to enjoy that space.
That's nice. And they chill out. And then we get, I think, Ola opening the door to say hi to their mum. And then passing their sister on the stairs. Nothing is necessarily said. Just like, hey.
Yeah.
That's trouble for next time. I don't have to worry about that now.
Oh.
It just exists.
It's just
It exists in the liminal space.
the trouble of Damocles is just sort of hanging.
Yeah. Trouble exists.
Yeah.
With that, I feel like we should finish up for today.
Yeah. Have the match next week. So some lead up to the match, and then the match itself, where
the grand final.
Everything gets a little bit harder again.
But it's stressful.
It was
It was
Like-
tense last time.
it was definitely interesting, like how much more tense and stressful the semifinals were to the quarterfinals, just because everything just got a little bit harder.
Yeah.
And now it's a bit harder again in multiple ways. So
Yes.
it's just like, cool.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what we have to look forward to. I'm scared already. But we will see you. I don't know what you're up to next week. I'm fairly sure it's not actually Christmas Day or Boxing Day. I think that's Tuesday. I'm not doing anything, so
Yeah.
let me know where you're at. We can do that off.
yeah, I should be fine.
Sweet.
That's
Then maybe next week.
all right. Well, for everyone who's celebrating Christmas,
Yeah,
enjoy
anyone that's
Christmas.
enjoying celebrates Christmas, enjoy Christmas. For those
If you celebrate
if you
something
celebrate
else,
Hanukkah,
enjoy that as well.
Kwanzaa, like any I mean it's still a little it's a ways off, but you know, Chinese New Year, like enjoy the fact that we get time off theoretically. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays,
Happy
Michelle.
holidays.
Bye.